being streamed to YouTube once again. Go and check out the event Facebook page. There's links, so you can send those links to all your friends. If you have friends and family that want to follow the day's racing. And there they go, K2 men 65 to 69. Racing is underway. Conditions are absolutely perfect. Let's have a look at some of the boats that are on the water. From Australia, Dave Berglund and Terence Bolland. Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser from South Africa. Berko Konstantin and Petr Ignatensu from Romania. Bent Johansson, Per Askart from Norway. From Bulgaria, Kiri Florov and Jordan Mitev. Denmark, Steph Schlappi and Brix Fleming. Austria's Gerhard Bossina and Siefert Gottfried. From Denmark, Peter Webster and Jon Lundberg. Spain's Angel Somoano and Domingo Falagan. From Norway, Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Ramoy. Team GB have got 3 boats on the water. Kenneth Fraser and Gilbert Spears. Andrew Nevitt and Julian Gilbert. Peter Gorman and Brian Greenham. Mixed boat of Eric Legrand and Gordon Bullock on the water. Henrik Hansen and Axel Hansen from Denmark are in this group. Spain's Maximino Lamedo and Nicolas van der Riemsdyk. Jose Diegas is with Maximino Lamedo. And Nicolas van der Riemsdyk is with Theo van den Hoek from the Netherlands. Ulf Eriksson from Sweden and Lars Ekbert on the water. Bernhard Gerhardt and Uwe Jabs from Germany. The mixed boat of Egbert Gada and Finn Larsen. Olaf Soyland and Einar Kershaw. And from Denmark, Hans Papp and Leif Christensen. Fresh coffee. Good man. We don't need music now.
No. To make it work.
Cool. Good man. K2 Men 75 Plus have also just got underway. Paul Newman and Keith Durman from Team GB. Denmark's Knut Knelhart and Niels Bagersen. Mark Moons is paddling with Ruud van der Deur today. And Ivan Soli and Sverre Petlund from Norway are in the 75 plus age group. They're on the water now. Coming under starters orders right now. Women's K2. And that spans all the way from the 40 plus age group right the way up to a boat in the 60 to 64 as well as 65 to 69 age group. And there they go. Our women are underway. Good luck to our women. Some very fast starts off the line. K2 women 40 to 44. The Spanish boat of Emma Villa and Kissy Torres on the water. 45 to 49 age groups, Anke Trilling and Susanne Lutzner. Watch them go. Anne Lockergaard and Jonne Jeslund. Another Danish boat in Ditte Andersen and Sanne Larsen. From the United States, Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill. Gina Mollick and Emma Watts from Team GB and the mixed nation crew of Monica Duck and Victoria Bobras. In the women's 50 to 54 age group, 3 Danish boats, Jette Bylum and Per Niels Stenum, Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen, Ellen Askholm and Mette Gronberg from Italy, Manuela Poggio and Sandra Steraj. Team GB's Kelly Barkway and Caroline Benson. Denmark's Christina Nielsen and Karen Pedersen. And from Spain, Blanca Arroyo. Had a great day yesterday. And Ines Ramo. And in the women's 55 to 59 age group, Edith Fried is paddling with Pauline Findlay in a mixed nation crew. Johanna Nielsen and Cornelia Moller of Denmark are on the water, along with 2 other Danish boats, Karen Bull and Jette Karlshog, and Ulla Stewart and Hella Stewart. And the last of the age groups on the water here in this mass start, which included all the women's K2, 65 to 69 age group. Helga Freund and Ansha Moller and Hannah Svenningsen and Lena Glessner. Morning once again to the live stream viewers who are joining us from every corner of the world. This global community that shares a passion for paddling is got its eyes focused on this corner of Western Denmark, Jutland, and Lake Gels on a beautiful morning for day two's racing. Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen flying away in their Vida K2. And look at the lead they've already driven between themselves and the four chasers. Just a reminder that there are a number of races that are merged into one because we started a bunch of the men's K2s and a bunch of the women's K2 races simultaneously. And you can see the distance between themselves and the men's bunch, which is heading up to the top turn. Most of these races involve 4 laps. The younger age groups are going to be doing the portages. Most of them will be doing 4 laps with 3 portages. And then the one small lap before they sprint down to the finish line. The older age groups don't do any of the portages. They just do a number of laps. The women's 65 to 69 age group race is a 17-kilometer race. It involves 5 full laps, no portages. And now that all our masters doubles are on the water, chance to say good morning and welcome to all the supporters and the families and friends. It's good to see some of the elite athletes that are here. Many of them are out on the water earlier this morning, using the time to get in some last-minute practice on Lake Gels in absolutely perfect conditions this morning. But for most of the people that are listening here in this beautiful stadium on the bank of Lake Gels, you're the supporters, you're the backup crew, you're the people that are doing all the hard yards, making sure that your paddlers sleep well, eat well, get out of bed on time in the morning. You help them with their jitters with the boat because paddlers panic about their boats in the 24 hours before their race. So you're the unsung heroes. I hope your paddlers take time to pat you on the back and say thank you. There's an aerial perspective of just what sort of a lead we have in the women's race. On the far side, in the top right of your screen, you'll see the leading men's bunch coming down from the top turn can on their first lap. And that is a pretty commanding lead this early on in the race. It's a big gamble. If you decide to go out that hard that early, you know it's going to be a very solitary race on your own. And you will always know in the back of your mind that there's probably going to be a consolidated chasing pack behind you with the best of the paddlers from 3 or 4 different age groups pooling up and teaming their resources to try and reel you in. So, interesting decision by the lead women's crew to go out so hot so early. And there's a view of the leading bunch of male master paddlers coming down on their first lap. Let's just take a moment to thank the people that were commenting yesterday about how grateful they were that the live stream was being provided for the first time in the Masters Cup, to be able to take this action to every corner of the world. There was a huge following when we looked at the numbers from the YouTube stream that was viewed yesterday. There was a massive audience from every corner of the world, and the uniform chorus from all the comments was, thank you for the images. Thank you for bringing the same respect to the Masters paddling as you afford the seniors from Thursday through till Sunday. And I must admit that underscores a decision taken by the Danish Canoe Federation early on in organizing this event, that they wanted to afford the Masters races the same weight as all the other races that take place later on in the weekend. And it's certainly been appreciated. The Spanish crew of Angel Samoano and Domingo Falagan, they're in the blue boat. You can see them coming up on the outside. Team GB boat moving up onto the left-hand wave. And for those of you that have been following the live stream, it might be interesting just to keep an eye on the coverage today, because our TV production team did a great job yesterday, sometimes in very difficult conditions with the wind gusting, to get drones in the air to bring us these sort of shots. Sensational view of what is going on the water. Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Remo still ruling the roost in that yellow K2 at the front. The South African crew of Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser comfortably positioned on the first wave of that bunch. Brian Greenham and Peter Gorman, Team GB, sitting in that bunch as well. From that aerial shot, you can see the Union Jack spray deck on that boat. And two K2s in suboptimal positions on the bunch. So the men's race in the 65 to 69 age group being led by Rasmussen and Remo. Just on their right, the other crew that's asserting itself, Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser from South Africa. And as they come down from the top turn into the what has become the main arena at the bottom end of Lake Gels, we can see this stream of K2s coming down into view of the spectators, and the incredibly pretty town of Gels that is playing host and been such a good host to this event. For those that have just joined us, this area of Western Denmark has a fantastic pedigree of Viking history. We're in the Viking heartland here. You can come and visit Gels and take in the Viking show, which is a big tourist attraction. They do a fantastic job of replicating the remarkable history of the Vikings in this region. And there's been a Viking identity attached to this event right from the very outset. It was a magic moment a couple of weeks ago when the medals for this event were delivered to Lake Gels on a Viking ship. Come a long way on the ship. It was handed over from the Viking ship onto a K1, who then brought it onto this distinctive jetty here at Gels and delivered it to Ruud Heesler, the head of the organizing committee. So as they come down to the first turn, it's Einar Rasmussen, not unsurprisingly, who's ruling the roost, with Gunnar. That's the Aussie crew of Dave Berglund and Terence Bolland in the blue boat on the left-hand side of your screen. And the mixed nation crew of Egbert Gadde and Finn Larsen also on that shot. And as they come in front of the spectators here, first time to get a glimpse of the Masters K2 racing. Front boat, Einar Gunnarsson and Gunnar Remoy. The white boat just on their right is Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. And Pete Gorman and Brian Greenham just on their left. These are the leading boats in the men's K2 65 to 69 age group. And they're really enjoying the support and applause they're getting from the fans as they come in front of the start-finish area. Kenneth Fraser and Gilbert Spears in the yellow K2. Representing Team GB, Steph Schlappi and Brix Fleming from Denmark in the blue K2 chasing them down as well. Colin Simpkins, Chris Visser in the middle of the shot. Colin, a paddler who wears a lot of hats. He's the Secretary General of Canoeing South Africa. Raced yesterday. He's also the chair of the ICF Ocean Racing Committee. So if you're a surf ski paddler, he's the man with your interests at heart. Surf Ski World's going to be focusing on Australia later this year, who's going to be hosting the World Champs. So heavily involved in masters racing, Colin Simpkins. Particularly shabby golfer. So if you play golf with him, just be prepared to take a long time because he hits the ball all over the place. Does like to eat the extra pies at breakfast. He's always good value to have around. That's the mixed nation boat of Finn Larsen and Egbert Gadde on your screen. Beautiful drone shots of the boats going around the outside of the boys in the bottom turn can. So the live stream going to the world from this remote and very beautiful part of Denmark. And good news is we're going to be continuing that live streaming coverage tomorrow. So for those that are getting ready for the elite racing that starts on Thursday morning, Wednesday is going to include a full program of para-marathon races. And I really would encourage you to block off a little bit of time on Wednesday to come down and enjoy the incredible application and dedication of some of these para-marathon paddlers. Mixed nation boat of Denmark and Germany. Far more gentlemanly pace from these Masters K2 paddlers. Moving in front of the spectator zone is the Danish boat of Karin Bulls and Jutta Karlsøe. Karin Bulls and Jutta Karlsøe making short work of the flat and premium conditions for K2 marathon racing here on Lake Gels this morning. On your left, as you look at that beautiful aerial shot, is the Royal Oak Golf Course, which sits alongside Lake Gels, and on the banks forms a emerald green backdrop to the marathon racing that's taking place here. It's a golf course that very sought after amongst the Danish golfers, regularly hosts the Danish National Championships, PGA Championships of Denmark. In a region famous for its golf and its outdoor recreation opportunities. As you fly into this region, the principal airport is at Billund. And as you leave Billund to head towards Gels, you realize that you go past another major tourist landmark here in the Legoland. Anybody who's into Lego will know that Billund and this area of Vigen is very famous for the Lego factory. And if you're into Lego, then you'll know. I don't need to tell you anything more about it. This is one of the Lego capitals of the world. If you're not into Lego, you're probably shaking your head. But if you are a Lego person, don't need to say anything else. Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill in the red K2 representing Team USA. Matching team kit, looking strong early on in their race. They're part of the women's 45 to 49. Enjoying their moment, basking in the media limelight. Since the introduction of the Masters Cup as part of the World Championship programs, it's been remarkable what value the Masters men and women have added to the entire event. They obviously race their own races, but more importantly than that, they're an integral part of the atmosphere. On course here, immediately adjacent to the competition area is the team area, where each of the teams is allocated a tent area which will be their home for the week. And of course, most of the teams are actually staying in one of the official team hotels, and some of them are staying in accommodation that they've found near the venue. But simply by having your elite and under-23s and juniors mixing with some of the masters paddlers, and more often than not, they are from the same clubs or sometimes even related. There are a couple of instances here of paddlers who are actually racing at this event and have got their kids racing at the event as well, which is really special. Australia's Ben Hewitt and Harry Hewitt are a great example. Ben is racing 50 to 54. We saw him racing yesterday, and his son Harry is now in the Australian under-23 K1 lineup. So it makes it very special. And then, of course, when you travel to a beautiful corner of the world like Jutland here in Denmark, you have an opportunity to be a tourist and to socialize and to enjoy the hospitality and the restaurants and the shops and everything that the region has to offer. And to be able to do that as an entire traveling party is a great experience. The Spanish make a fantastic touring group. On the far side there, you'll see Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser moving to the front. So that race has now been split into two boats. The South Africans asserting themselves to try and put a little bit of pressure on Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Remoy. Those two boats pulling away, and you can see the solitary boat that's been shaken off the back of that lead bunch is a significant distance away. Far enough back not to be able to really enjoy the benefits of that tail wave. Einar and Gunnar deciding they've had enough of that. Put down the hammer. They go to the front. Colin Simpkins, Chris Visser quite happy to settle back and sit on the wave. Conserve the energy. Remember, this race is 4 laps before the small lap coming into the finish. So they're on the second of those laps. Colin Simpkins looking over his right shoulder just to have a look at and try and assess how the Norwegians are looking, how strong they are. And the Norwegians are upping the ante. Stroke rate comes up. Colin Visser and his partner simply have to match them stroke for stroke. And whatever the Norwegians were trying to gain from that little burst of extra speed came to no avail. Marathon paddling is all about conserving your resources for the 2 hours odd that you're on the water, depending how long your race is, and making sure that when it's needed, often coming into the portages, if your age group is doing portages, or in particular when you're coming into that final turn and then the sprint down to the finish, that you've got enough energy, you've got enough matches to burn, that you can fire the afterburners and deliver that 50-stroke sprint, which so often decides a race. Steph Schlappy and Brix Fleming in the blue boat. And Kenny Fraser and Gilbert Spears from Team GB. Also right at the sharp end of the men's 65 to 69 race. Thanks to all the live streaming viewers for the comments. I must admit, one of the things we thoroughly enjoyed about yesterday was the volume of support for teammates, clubmates, countrymen and women who were racing, from fans who were sitting at home in their lounges. Depending on where you are, it's often an unfriendly time of day for you to be up. Some of them were sitting in the dark with coffee in their hands as they were watching the stream. But the enthusiastic support in the comments, I know, were read by a lot of the paddlers afterwards. So they just go to the YouTube page and read the comments and see the enthusiasm and support. As they're coming around in front now, this is the front of the men's 65 to 69-year race. In the white K2, the South African crew of Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. On their right, in the lime green boat, Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Remo. And Angel Somoano and Domingo Falagan of Espanyol have managed to fight their way back onto the sponge, and they're sitting just behind the leaders. The drone once again providing us with beautiful images and the chance to track every moment of this race. What often sets a good marathon venue apart from others is the ability for spectators seated at one place to actually visually keep track of most of the race. This is what we like to call a sausage course, so it's a long, thin course up Lake Gels. It's very difficult, particularly after they've taken that left-hand turn at the elbow of the course, to keep an eye on it. But with the big screen seated in front of the spectators and the live stream, we are now able, with the drones in particular, to keep an eye on every moment of every race. Jose Degas and Maximilio Lamello of Spain leading this bunch, which includes the Team GB boat of Pete Gorman and Brian Greenham. Norway's Olaf Soyland and Einars Kershaw making up the third boat in the chasing group. Must just mention to the people sitting in the stands here, I know it's early morning and the first races of the day, but the marathon paddlers, the masters, when they come through the spectator area, when they do that bottom turn and they paddle in front of, remember, a lot of them are not going to be doing the portages, so they won't have the opportunity to run the portage in front of the spectators, but the enthusiasm and the applause and the encouragement and, oh, heaven knows what else, cowbells, vuvuzelas, you name it, make a huge difference. There's literally probably 30 seconds of their race where they pass in front of the spectators, and to get that enthusiasm and support. What happens during the Masters races is that a lot of the elite paddlers will be sitting in the stands, just supporting their country, their nation, just enjoying the paddling generally. Kenneth Fraser and Gilbert Spears in that boat, the yellow boat, along with Steph Schlappi and Brix Fleming. And then there's payback time, because Thursday to Sunday, when the elite seniors, juniors, and under-23s are racing, you can bet your money that the masters, who are going to be in tourist mode by now, will be sitting in the stands with the cowbells and the drums and the yelling and shouting, supporting their elites. Portage time. Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen running the portage and thoroughly enjoying the applause from the fans that have gathered here in the stands at Lake Charles. The Danes safely in their boat at the put-in. Great aerial shots from the drone as we can watch the K2s coming into this jetty takeout for the portage. It is a long jetty, which it really does alleviate the problem of congestion at the takeout. But even then, you can see with these boats, two of them side by side. And as you can see from our portage cam, which we introduced yesterday, if you get caught on the outside, you have no alternative but to sit and wait for the boat against the jetty to completely take out and leave before you can get out. And that's exactly what's happened here in this racing group, because this green and purple K2 has had to sit and wait patiently and now surrender their place on the wave, because they landed up going side by side up against the jetty takeout. Monica Duck and Victoria Bobras in the purple boat coming through the portage. Emma Villa and Kissy Torres, who are the solitary entry in the women's 40 to 44. Anna Lockergaard and Jonna Jeslund coming onto the jetty at the start of their portage. And here's a for those of you not familiar with the setup of a traditional marathon course, the portage always includes a chute, which allows the portagers to walk into a seconding zone where there is one delegated member of the team who is authorized to be on standby to hand over fresh juice, or sometimes it's food or whatever sort of nutrition the paddlers prefer. Very seldom at the beginning of the race. This is lap 2 of the race. Anke Trilling and Susanne Lutzner at the front of this bunch. Mixed Nation crew. Susanne is a Dane. She's from Copenhagen. Karen Bulls and Jutta Karlshog. Susanne Lutzner put in an interesting position, did very well at the Danish Championships just a week ago. But there was such a flux movement between the elite women's paddlers in the Masters age group that the paddler that she did so well with at the Danish National Champs was not available to be a partner for the World Championships, which is a strange situation to find yourself in. So Suzanne happy to jump into the boat with Anke Trilling, and they're certainly going very well today. Suzanne on the podium yesterday in the K1 races. And one of the very many proud Danes who's hosting the World Championships here in her own backyard. Manuela Poggio and Sandra Steraj in the colors of Italy in the white K2. Leading Anka Lokkegaard and Lone Jeslund. Beautiful aerial view of the bottom turn can with the starting gates in the background. One of those major steps forward that the Danish Canoe Federation has put in place for this year's World Championship has been the introduction of the sprint-style starting gates. For those of you that have been following marathon over the years, the traditional starting is done on a jetty or a pontoon. It's very labor-intensive. It requires a volunteer to be holding the tails of all of those boats. It requires the paddlers to reverse up to the pontoon, which they honestly don't like. It's difficult, particularly when you're in jittery race mode, to have to find your place in the starting lineup. It's normally done by a specific number draw, and then to have to reverse up to a pontoon where a volunteer is going to sit and hold your boat. The system that's been put in place here is a very sophisticated one from the Danish Canoe Federation. And it is a big step forward. The infrastructure that's been put in place is exceptional here for this event, and the athletes, the paddlers, have certainly appreciated it. Earlier this morning, some of the elite crews were down practicing their portages long before the first of the Masters boats came down with their K2s. And one of the critical elements is that put-in. One of the appeals of this race is that you've got a jetty takeout and a beach put-in. Soft sand on the beach, and it's a very shallow put-in. And it means, as we saw in the racing yesterday, that if you are overzealous about getting back into your boat and you put your boat down where it's too shallow, there's always that risk that it's going to be too shallow for your rudder, and one of two things will happen. Your rudder will either bury down into the sand, which acts as a very effective brake. So you paddle away and your rudder is stuck in the sand and your boat just doesn't take off. It's like training with 5 balls under your boat. But more importantly, there's always that risk that the stress you're going to put on the rudder is going to bend the rudder pin. And if that rudder pin bends 2 or 3 degrees, the back of your carbon fiber rudder will touch the bottom of your boat, and the chances are your rudder will stick there. And that disables your steering, and in many cases, it means you have to go to the bank, and in some cases, it can end your race. So there's every reason to be cautious and to take that extra step as you're running into the beach portage to make sure that it's deep enough for the rudder to go in. It was quite noticeable yesterday that the successful route for many of the athletes was to run that portage as far down the right-hand side of the beach as possible and put in as close as possible to the edge of the jetty. The water's deep enough there, and it gave them a very quick exit. One of the takeaways from yesterday's racing. That's Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill getting out for their portage. They're successfully off the jetty and running through in front of the appreciative crowd. And as you can see from Paula's face, that encouragement means the world to them. So Paula Burke, Shannon Greenhill coming down to the beach. They opt for a left-hand turn. They're under no pressure. They haven't got another boat snapping at their heels. Safety first. Put the boat in deep. It's going to be a gentle right-hand turn, and they are back on track. Now, this is back up to the front of the men's 65 to 69 age group race. It's turning out to be a really fascinating duel. Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Ramoy. They are going toe-to-toe with the South African K2 of Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. Einar and Gunnar have decided that they're going to assert themselves, take control as they come around that tight corner. One of the fantastic things about this Lake Gels course, you'll see from this drone shot, they are cutting it very close to the reeds on the right-hand side. This is an elbow-shaped course with the golf course in the background. But the fantastic thing about this course is there are no rocks in play and the water is deep, even at that corner. There's no risk of making contact with any submerged object. And as these lead three boats in the 65 to 69 age group come powering past one of the back markers, it's going to be a fascinating dice. Angel Samoano and Domingo Falagan from Spain are in the blue boat doing the chasing as they come down to the turn. Heading into lap 3. This is a 4-lap race before they head into their small lap and then the dice down to the line. But this is the podium. They have put a lot of water between themselves and the rest of the chasers in the 65 to 69 age group. It's a relatively small South African team. A lot of factors have contributed to making this trip to Denmark a difficult one for what is normally a very big Masters team from South Africa. Chris Visser got medaled yesterday in the K1 race. If they were going to add another medal in the K2 race, it'll certainly bring a lot of cheer to this relatively small South African Masters contingent. Be celebrated back home. I know there will be a lot of people sitting at home watching this on the live stream and cheering them on. José Diegos and Maximilio Lamelo, Espanyol, being chased by Olaf Soyland and Einar Kershaw as they come past this unique C-shaped mini harbor forming jetty on Lake Gels. Thanks to the well-meaning folk that were asking about what's happened to my co-commentator. Ivan Lawler hasn't been arrested by Danish police for some sort of strange misdemeanor or anything like that. He's actually racing today. So 11 o'clock he's going to be part of the K2 races. Tell you a little bit more about that later. But it's kind of a special moment as he jumps in the boat with Lars Koch, the Danish paddler, having been adversaries. They've raced against each other during their racing peaks. And there's a fantastic coming together of people who were real foes on the water, but good friends off the water. Lars put in the call to Ivan and said, would you be good enough to consider racing the K2 with me? And it was something that certainly wasn't on the radar until a couple of weeks ago. And it's happening today. So it's going to be a very special, it's a pedigree boat. Boat of champions, they've paddled together twice. Yesterday was the second time. So they haven't spent a lot of time in the boat together, but it's going to be a a little goosebump moment when we see that boat come into view for the very first time. So Ivan has absconded from his commentating duty from the morning. He'll probably still be sucking oxygen when he joins me for the afternoon session. But it's a big day for him, and we certainly wish them well. Most importantly, it's actually not about whether they win their race, even though they've both been world champions. It's the fact that there are two champions that are uniting into this unique, pedigreed, celebratory boat. Never having paddled together. Be fascinating to see how they do go, but it'll be a little goosebump moment when we see them come in. Ivan did mention to me that in his entire career, he's got a huge cabinet full of gold and silver medals. He's 5 times world champion. He's never got a bronze in his whole career. So he just kind of said, today might be the day. If they'll end up finishing 3rd in the race, he will, at this stage in his career, pick up his first bronze. Not that I'm putting the pox on their chances of winning their race. They certainly have got the pedigree. Lake Gels in the land of the Vikings, providing a stunning venue for the 2023 Marathon Worlds. We're going to do what we did yesterday and just do a critical assessment of the noise coming from the spectators during the day's racing and to work out which nation supporters are the loudest, most vocal, most enthusiastic. The Spanish fans got a big thumbs up yesterday for the way they were behaving supporting their paddlers. And that goes for the way the Spanish fans went supporting their team online as well. They were certainly trying to wear out the internet with their comments in the comments column on the YouTube page. Karin Bull and Jutta Kolzog. Dave Berglund and Terence Bolland from Australia in the blue boat. Steph Schlappy and Brix Fleming keeping them honest in this race. Remember, most of these races are 4 laps. Some of them are going to be 5 at the small lap, and the younger age groups, all including the portages. The older age groups exempt from those portages, they stay on the water. Some of them will smile and grin very smugly as they come past the portage takeout, knowing they don't have to run it. Others will tell you afterwards, as they have a quiet beer afterwards, that portage is such a key part of marathon. Some of them would be quite happy to try it, even though some, like Colin Simpkins, run like an overburdened Sherpa with a boat. Eric Legrand and Gordon Bullock coming past us in the Kevlar boat, being chased by Andrew Nevitt and Julian Gilbert in the Team GB colours. Women's race now completely mixed in with the men's race as they come into the portage. Jetebalum and Pernil Stenum taking out quickly. Onto the grass they come. Anke Trilling and Susanne Lutzner going beautifully in that mixed boat. Combination of German and Danish skills. And everybody away clean from the portage area. Eric Regran and Gordon Bullock still at the front in that Kevlar K2. Oh, and that's putting in just a little bit too close to the jetty, and it's a very slow put in, but all that matters is that it is safely executed and they are well on their way again. Jetebalum and Pernil Stellum in the white K2 in the front there. Big move coming up on their left. That's a big move coming from Susanne Lutzner and Anke Trilling, who are looking so strong on the water today. Putting some serious heat on Balum and Stenum. And for those racing later in the day, good news is the weather forecast for Tuesday here at Lake Jels is a really good one. We're heading into autumn, so there's always a likelihood of an afternoon bluster and a spit and a spot of rain, but weather forecast today looks particularly good. Chance of a little bit of rain later in the week when the elites get here on Thursday, but it doesn't look to be substantial at all. And anybody that's paddled a boat will know that paddling in the rain is actually a very pleasant experience. Manuel Poggio and Sandra Steraj just trying to track that white Nello in the background onto the wave. Anke Lockhart and Jona Jeslund going really steadily in front of them. Very determined work from these two women. It's in the women's 45 to 49 year age category. So into the second half of these Masters K2 races. On day 2 of the Marathon Worlds here in Denmark. Most of these races now comfortably spread out across the distance of the long lap here at Lake Jels. This is back at the men's race on the 65 to 69 year age group. It's turned out to be this ding-dong three-way duel. And the pace has been pretty intense the whole way. The white boat is the South Africans, Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. They've got on their left the legendary Einar Rasmussen with Gunnar Remo in the yellow boat. And hanging on tenaciously to them are the Spaniards, Angel Simoano and Domingo Falagan. That is going to be the podium. Who gets gold, who gets silver, who gets bronze is a matter to be decided. From what we've seen at the front, it's going to be between the South Africans and the Norwegians. The Spaniards have been content to just sit on that outside wave, content to be with the front runners the whole way through. But at the moment, Simpkins and Chris Visser are looking very strong. We've seen the turn of speed from the Norwegians. That, no doubt, is going to be the one weapon that they keep in their arsenal for that vital minute from the top turn can on the short lap down to the finish. And you can see exactly what they've got. When they need it, they just turn up the heat. Simpkins and Visser have seen that. They've responded. They've also upped their stroke rate. They don't want to concede the front at this stage. They're about 30 seconds away from the bottom turn can. Being in the front of the group means you can call all the shots when it means picking the lines coming into those turn boys. And the Norwegians have now realized that they're not going to be able to take the front coming into the turn. So what they need to do is to slip in neatly and comfortably and as close to alongside that white K2 of the South Africans to make sure that they don't get squeezed against those boys, and then critically that they don't drop any of their boat speed going around the turn cans. So mission accomplished for Simpkins and Visser. Just trying to get my head ready for the verbal onslaught that will come from Simpkins if they get a gold here. I don't know if the world's ready for it. But it's been a beautifully managed race from these two leaders, and the Spaniards are dropping a little way back as they come into the turn. Fast-paced turn as they head around the boys at the bottom of Lake Jels. Remember, this age group has got no portages, so they're going to turn straight round and then head back upriver, back up the dam. Three powerhouse crews providing a great example of just what a thrilling spectacle Masters racing can provide at the Worlds. The Spaniards don't want to get dropped off the wave. They've had to be content with the second wave or a tail wave for most of this race. They would love to get on to the left of the Norwegians as they come out of the last turn buoy. It is going to require a little bit of sprint gas, and they don't seem to have that in the tank right now. And both of the boats are upping the ante. Norway versus South Africa. And it might come at a cost of the Spaniards dropping off. It looks like it might well be the case. This is where the mind games come in now. Visser and Simpkins, are they going to try and muscle their way to stay in control of this race all the way through to the finish? Or do you tap back, take 20% off your boat speed, sit down on the wave and just conserve energy so that you've got some gas in the tank? And you can see there's a bit of a chat going on between the Norwegians because this is strategy time. You need to start thinking about the race as it's developed to this point. Rasmussen is puffing away. These Masters are providing a fantastic athletic spectacle, a great showcase of what Masters racing is all about. One of the legends of the game. This one is going to produce a humdinger of a finish and a great way to start the racing on day 2 of the Marathon Worlds. Simpkins unusually trading his verbal deluge for inhaling oxygen through the same portal. It's unusual. They have raced this race beautifully, and they've put themselves right in contention to challenge for what will be a first gold for Team South Africa. Norwegians would love to pick this one up. It's always a pensive moment in a marathon race when you realize that the crux of the race, the defining moment, is now just moments away. It's the calm before the storm. And there you have some fantastic aerial views of the last short turn. This is the men's 65 to 69 race, and the first medal of the day about to be decided. The race being led by the South African crew of Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. On their inside, the ominously pedigreed crew of the Norwegians Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Remo. The Spaniards have dropped back. They're content to pick up the bronze medal. They are out of contention as they head into the last turning buoy. Barring a miracle and a turbo blast that we haven't seen from them in this race so far, they've dropped right off the back. You can say that the Spaniards are going to be comfortable for third and bronze for Angel Samoano and Domingo Falajan. But this is the race as they now set their sights on the finish straight. The Norwegians are coming off the wave. They're going wide. They're going to decide to fire the turbos early and do it on their own. The South Africans don't want to have anything to do with it. They're matching it stroke for stroke. Who has been able to keep a couple of matches dry for the crucial end sprint down to the finish? Norway, South Africa, the first medal up for grabs in the doubles of the Masters World Championship. The Norwegians are now tapping back slightly. The tactics have changed. They're sitting on the wave. They can't do that for very long. If they harbor any ambitions of stepping onto the top step of the podium in a couple of hours' time, they're going to have to change that strategy and significantly up the ante. As they come down to the finish, it's the race being led by South Africa's Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. Sitting on the wave, when are they going to fire the turbos? Gunnar Remo and Einar Rasmussen. Down to the line they come. South Africa holding all the cards. The Norwegians are going to have to fire. They do fire. Here comes Norway. Norway down the inside. They're firing as best they can. The South Africans have kept a little bit of petrol in the tank as they come down to the line. It's going to be a first gold for Team South Africa and Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. Magnificent work from them. And the silver in a fantastic arm wrestle with them is going to go to Norway's Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Remo. Third place, and the applause from the crowd, recognizing a really, really super spectacle of Masters racing. Angel Samoano crosses the line with his partner Domingo Falajan. And as is a hallmark of these Masters races, it's immediately followed by the sort of the brotherhood of paddling and the fellowship of like-minded people. Congratulations, rafting up, shaking of hands, arm around the shoulders. Jose Degas and Maximilio Lamelo taking fourth place in the 65 to 69 age group. Olaf Soland, Einar Kershaw, claiming it like champions on the line. Well done. So a big field of 65 to 69 year men's K2 Masters, delivering the spectacle we were all hoping for. And thanks once again to the viewers who've been watching the live stream on the YouTube channel for all the comments and enthusiasm and vocal, raucous support for their teams. Obviously, the athletes on the water can't pick it up, but I can tell you that once they've caught their breath and had a shower and have settled down for a beer or a glass of wine at the end of the day, they read those comments and they certainly appreciate them. Pete Gorman and Brian Greenham coming down to the line in the colours of Team GB. Helga Freund and Ansha Moller, the women's 65 to 69 K2 category. Congratulations. Bringing home the metalwork for Team Germany. Monica Duck and Victoria Bobras on the screen there. Racing with Bianca Arroyo and Ines Ramo. Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen getting away clean at the end of their portage. It's been a well-managed, well-measured race from the Danes. The Dutch K2 of Nicolas van Riemsdijk and Theo van der Hoek cruising across the bottom of your screen. It's the Austrians, Gerhard Bossina and Sievert Gottfried in the blue boat. As we get another aerial view of the K2 flotillas charging in to the portage takeout. The Australian crew of Dave Berglund and Terence Bolland in the blue boat coming down to the finish, finishing super strong. Alongside them, the Austrians, Gerhard Bossina and Sievert Gottfried. So good to see Terry Bolland finishing so strong. It's been a hell of a year for Terry. I know everybody at the Ascot Kayak Club will be whooping and cheering him on down under. They'll be fully aware of the trials and tribulations and the challenges that Terry's had getting through his chemotherapy this year. Literally matching a chemo session with a training session and racing spectacularly strongly. So Terry, full respect. Bianca Arroyo and Ines Ramo putting in at the end of their portage. Sef Schlappi and Brix Fleming are finished their race in the 65 to 69 category. Egbert Gada and Finn Larsen finishing their race just ahead of Hans Pape and Leif Christensen. Eric Legrand and Gordon Bullock. In the background there, you'll see the fantastic permanent facility that is here at Lake Gels, housing a very impressive change room and storage room for rowing and kayaks. Very popular facility here in the Jutland of Denmark. Closing stages of the women's K2 races. Ulla and Hella Stewart of Denmark in their red jerseys, settling into the boat as they head up to the top of Lake Jels. Getting away at the start of a 3-boat group of female K2s. Monica Duck and Victoria Bobras in the dark pink boat. Solid timing, solid on the water, great boat speed. There's something about these marathon races, the ability to maintain that boat speed, and just you find a purple spot where that momentum almost seems to come instinctively and effortlessly. Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen in the colors of Denmark coming down to the line in the women's 50 to 54. What a fantastic day on the water. Congratulations. Christina and Jeanette have just been peerless in this class. They have been without match. And they look fresh enough to do it all over again. Hanna Svenningsen and Lena Glesner finishing up in the 65 to 69 age group. At silverware heading for Denmark. We chatted a few moments ago about Terry Bolland, the Australian, finishing. His partner in that race was Dave Berglund. And Dave's come back from, I mentioned earlier that Terry was wrestling with his own chemotherapy this year. Dave Berglund, who was paddling with him, he's got an incredible story to tell because he's a cyclist as much as he is a paddler. He had a really serious cycling accident, got hit by a car, broke his back, his pelvis, his collarbone, his ribs. And the fact that he was back on the water today, racing so well with his partner, just completes a fairy tale for two men that have had adversity thrown at them and used canoeing and kayaking and marathon racing as their way of getting back to top strength. Jette Balum and Perun Stellum. Anke Trilling and Susanne Lusner complete the job. Germany and Denmark. Eric Legrand and Gordon Bullock have also completed their race. Peter Wester and Jon Lundberg finishing alongside Hans Pape and Leif Christensen. Little moment on the water between Anke Trilling and Susanne Lutzner. That K2 combined beautifully today. Elle Askholm and Mette Gronborg banking another solid finish for Denmark. Just thanks for all the comments for the people watching the YouTube stream. Sophie Riley for the comments of the day. Why don't we get Lego to make kayak figures? Sophie, that's so good. Thank you. Karen Bull and Jutta Karlshag. Very determined stroke. Ulla and Helle Stewart completing their race. Anke Lokkegaard and Lona Jeslund adding another solid result to the Danish table. Ellen Askholm and Mette Gronborg. Gina Mollick and Emma Watts representing Team GB in the black K2. Knut Kjelgaard and Niels Baggersen of Denmark in the men's 75 plus. Let's give them a round of applause as they come down to the line. Well done, gentlemen. Great race. Do not underestimate the magnitude of the athletic achievement we're watching on the water here. We're going to see a lot of the 75 pluses coming home to the line. Karen Bull and Jutta Karlshag. In the women's 60 to 64. Henrik and Axel Hansen finishing their boat in their race in the red boat. Also in the men's 75 plus category, welcome home Mark Moens and Ruud van der Doe. Mark, as we mentioned yesterday, one of the stalwarts of Masters racing. From the earliest days of this Masters Cup, when it was bolted on to the Marathon World Championships, Mark's been one of the personalities. He's been one of those larger-than-life figures who has somehow always been there. Gina Mollick and Emma Watts wrapping up their race. Ditta Anderson and Sanna Larsen, welcome home. Women's 45 to 49 class result for them. So next salvo of races is going to be starting at 11 o'clock, which is in 35 minutes' time. Last portage for these women's K2s. Cornelia Muller and Johanna Nielsen of Denmark running that last portage hard. Shannon Greenhill and Paula Burks, part of that small but very determined Team USA at this year's event. Kelly Barkway, Caroline Benson. So last portage completed for these women. AJ van Skalkwijk, obviously enjoying that. Rory Cody. Thanks again to everybody chipping in for the comments on the YouTube channel. It's been encouraging to see how well the live stream of the Masters has been received. It was the Danish Canoe Federation going out on a limb to commit to providing a balance of live coverage of the Masters. It will extend to the para-marathon races tomorrow as well. And if you've enjoyed anything about the live stream on Monday and Tuesday, I would really encourage you to block off some time to go and catch the para races on Wednesday afternoon. What we're doing at this event is shining the spotlight on champions. Some of those champions are the men and women who are the quickest around the 4 or 5 laps, get to the finish first, and we put them on a podium and we put a gold medal on their necks. There are a lot of champions that don't get onto the podium. They've had their own journeys to get to this place. Paddling a marathon boat means different things to different people. For a lot of them, simply being part of a world championship event makes them a champion. Some of them have got backstories that are tales of triumphs over adversity, and simply by getting here and completing the race makes them a champion. Some of those para-paddlers that you're going to see in action tomorrow, every single one of them is a champion. And I'm hoping that we're going to gather in the stands and we're going to gather on the sides of Lake Jels when those para-athletes put on their display with the same level of determination and ferocity and intensity as you're seeing here in their races. It's going to be live streamed as well. So make an effort, catch it. It's going to be well worth it. Christina Nielsen and Karen Pedersen in the green K2 coming down to the finish. On your screen is Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill. So 4 boats heading down to the finish line in the closing stages of the morning session, session 1 of the doubles racing in the Masters Cup. Certainly lived up to its expectations. That dice for the line in the men's 65 to 69 will go down as one of the great contests of this year's event. Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill in that red boat, tapping off screen. Certainly a job well done today. Team GB's Kelly Barkway and Caroline Benson, impressive today. As are their fans in the stands, full respect. Paula Burks and Shannon Greenhill. Great sprint at the end from Kelly Barkway and Caroline Benson. Wrapping up a really solid race for the British K2. Finishing with Butcher Konstantin and Peter Ignatnencio. Johanna Nielsen and Cornelia Muller, welcome home, well done. They're in the women's 55 to 59 age group. proudly racing in their Danish red colours. Well, as you can see, Lake Jelsa is largely empty now. Morning session done and dusted. It's been a thrilling morning of Masters K2 racing, and it's certainly lived up to its expectations and borne out why Masters racing has become such a great asset to this event. Next set of races is going to be starting at 11 o'clock. So we look forward to catching you then. The first of those is going to be a humdinger of a duel. And we'll talk you through the characters, the men and the women that are going to be starring in that in a couple of minutes' time. Thanks again for watching on the stream. Stream will continue for the second session. Please keep those comments coming. Time for you to go and celebrate with your champions who have completed today. Sophie Riley, thank you for your comments all the way from Gloucester. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Keep it coming. Well, folks, welcome back. For those of you who are returning to your seats in the grandstand as we prepare to resume the racing in the Masters K2, the men and women just about to get underway right now. The men's K2 35 to 39. They're coming down to the starters' gates. Welcome back to the live stream viewers. I know you've been watching 25 minutes of the beautiful scenery at Lake Gels while we've caught our breath. My name's Dave McLeod. It's good to be back doing the voice for the Marathon Champs. My normal partner in crime, Ivan Lawler, is not in the commentary box. He will be whipped and chastised roughly tonight for that. The reason he's not in the commentary box is he's actually racing. He's going to be on the water in a couple of minutes' time, racing in the men's 55 to 59-year age group in what I like to call the Celebration K2 with Lars Koch. It's going to be a special moment. They've been in the boat some total of twice together. Both of them former world champions, and this is just one of those fortuitous, serendipitous moments where Lars actually put in the phone call saying, hey, you're coming to my country, Denmark. Would you paddle K2 with me? And it's come together, and as much as we're going to place no expectations on their shoulders, it's going to be very cool to see the two champs on the water together. So a moment or two's time, the start of the first of the K2 men's races, 35 to 39. They're going to be followed by the K2 men, 40 to 44. A couple of minutes later, the 45 to 49s. And then by the end of it all, we should have a total of 11 K2 races starting simultaneously. ITO is getting the K2s down to the start light. As you mentioned earlier, this sprint-style start gantry with the lanes, each of those lanes capable of taking, I believe, up to 9 boats per lane. So the capacity to start a lot of boats together makes this a huge asset. Replaces what is normally a traditional pontoon start, which requires the paddlers to reverse up onto the jetty where a volunteer normally holds the tail of their boat. The universal reaction from the paddlers is this has taken the start to a whole new level. Great aerial view. You'll see each of the lanes has either got 2 or 3 K2s in it right now. The gate is up there under the starters' orders. And away they go. Those are the boats in the K2 men's 35 to 39, streaking away from the line. So on the water here, you'll find the German boat of Tim Keller and Ronnie Den, the Italian crew of Alvis Pololesolo and Gabriel Portolotto, the Argentinian boat of Alan Nielsen and Marcelo Feiju, Team GB boat of Johan Albalanos and Edgar Boom. You saw Edgar racing well yesterday. Jens Nissen and Jesper Mikkelsen in the Danish boat, the Lithuanian boat of Davidas Satikas and Vaidas Lintevikas, the mixed boat of Heisen Awad and Pablo Zamora, the Portuguese boat of Rui Machalais and Felipe Pereira, the Italian boat of Antonio De Sena and Stefano Russo, making up the race for 35 to 39. So coming down to the line now is the K2 men's 40 to 44 race. After South Africa tasted some success with Chris Visser and Colin Simpkins early in the morning, they'll be looking to Waldo van der Linde and Ernest van Riet in the Safa boat. Also down on the start line is Soren Hittel and Kirill Atarovsky from Denmark. Brazil have got Paulo Samolao and Rubens Pompeu on the start line. Spain have Santiago Cruz and Jesus Rodriguez. Denmark have Jeppe Glesner and Peter Jensen. And Australia has the boat of Joachim Cuevas and Dave Cole. Only 5. I've got 6 on my list. Welcome once again to the live streaming viewers. And away they go. This is the men's 40 to 44-year age group. Blue K2 opting for a fairly late start from the right-hand lane, but they are powering away. You really don't want to be caught off the wave at the start, but there is a potent breakaway at the front. Soren Hittel and Kirill Ahatrovsky of Denmark in the Kevlar K2, going straight to the front. As far as I'm concerned, 513 are actually in this race. They've taken off early. They've gone in the wrong way. Fucking hats off to them.
So is that a younger race?
Yeah, they haven't even started yet. That's them gone.
Is it a harder race they've gone into, do you think? Or an easier race?
They've gone into a younger race, so they're going to get their pipes cleaned.
Depends which start they were meant to be in, because they can opt to start.
I think they kind of snuck in from the side. I don't even think they.
This is Ivan's race now.
No. Ivan's doing 50 to 50, 59, so he's in 10 minutes time.
I want to comment that I thought he was much older than that.
Ivan.
So welcome once again to the people watching on the live stream. Down here at the venue, we've got a fantastic big screen so they can keep an eye on the action all the way through. Really appreciating all those positive comments coming in from the team. Good question coming in from Anne Moore, and looking at the weather conditions. And if you watched yesterday, you'll know that this section of Jutland in Denmark is capable of producing all 4 seasons in a day. Beautiful conditions this morning. It was cool, it was sunny, it was clear, it was absolutely windless. There's a small wind that's picked up since the completion of the morning session, but it's a minor wind, and it's not that direct side wind, which was causing a bit of trouble in the second session on Monday. This is a gentle wind, which is going to be something of a tailwind, a bit of a downwind as you head away from the start line. Once you go around the corner, it's not a factor, and you'll pick up a small tailwind as the third group gets underway. Give me a number who's going to the front there. The white boat.
519.
The boat of Ulises Aranda and Bernardo Sanchez of Spain. The white boat setting the pace early on. On their inside is the Danish crew of Mark Rasmussen and Klaus Rohrhaug. So good hot start in the 45 to 49 on the water here. You will find from Australia, Elliot Craig, Brett Greenwood. From Spain, Neftali Paraje and Adolfo Monteguido. Argentina have got Bruno Seiferman and Martin Paganotto. Denmark are fielding the crew of Mikkel van den Berg and Leon Beers. The Danes have Mark Rasmussen and Klaus Porhaug. Denmark, followed by Canada, who are fielding Gary Wade and Vadim Lawrence. Owen Smits is paddling with Eric Verducht in the colours of Belgium. The Czech Republic have got Robert Budinsky and Michael Merhart. And 2 Spanish boats in this group here. Ulises Aranda, that you saw earlier, going right to the front with his partner Bernardo Sanchez. And Spain fielding Ricardo Otero and Alberto Limbreras. Next race on the start line is going to be the men's 50 to 54 age group. Just a reminder to the athletes that raced in the morning session, the medal ceremony for that is going to be happening in 10 minutes' time. So please be ready to present yourselves. In fact, come down now if you want to the medal ceremony holding area, which is the white tent alongside the start of the grass of the portage. So, underway. Which boat's here? The green shirt and number 463. In the black boat? Yeah. Green shirt. So, going right to the front here, the crew we were talking about earlier, Ivan Lawler and Lars Koch, both former world champions. You'll see them in the, they've got that carbon Kevlar boat. They're currently sitting in third. Ivan is in the green shirt. He's in the men's 55 to 59 age group. Looking at the start group here, Germany, Klaus Gures and Thomas Kittner. Team GB have got Simon Durham and Onno Bokhove. Sweden are fielding Peter Wahlberg and Stefan Eriksson. Germany have Michael Freund and Jens Hellman. Denmark have got Steen Poulsen and Klaus Thompson. Spain, Jorge Cinto and Rafael Herrera. Norway have got Johan Brekke, Anders Andersen. Italy fielding Sergio Riboldi and Maurizio Giovanelli. And the other Team GB boat is the crew of Donald Gardner and Derek Marshall. And then, of course, the mixed nation crew of Ivan Lawler and Lars Koch. Ivan Lawler, normally my partner in crime and commentary, was a bundle of nerves. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof this morning as he jumped back onto the water for the Masters Cup. Ivan, of course, a 5 times world champion for GB. Also success as a sprinter, an Olympian in his own right. Lars Koch, Danish paddler, 2 times world champion. And they raced against each other. And Lars actually beat Ivan early on in his career. Ivan came back and beat him. And they were not only equally matched, but they just got in each other's heads. They were incredible adversaries mentally as well as athletically. And it's a case of a full circle being turned when Lars sent Ivan an email saying, would you paddle with me in Denmark at the World Champs? As the sea boats get underway, all taking off in one group. Seaboat men's 35 to 39, Verdan Bosic and Tomislav Juric from Croatia, Simon Sebal and Mateusz Reinowitz from Poland, making up the 35 to 39 race. In the 40 to 44 category, you'll find the German crew of Matthias Kremer and Oliver Trilling. In the 50 to 54 age groups, there are 3 boats, 2 Spanish and 1 German. The Spanish boats are Julian Serrano and Enrique Miguez. Marcelino Cacabelos is paddling with Pedro Areal, and the German crew is Peter Muhlenkamp and Thomas Voskul. And the other seaboat on the water is actually in the 65 to 69 year age group. So save a special cheer for these guys. On screen at the moment, you can see Simon Sebal and Mateusz Reinowitz in the white boat. Potent crew, this. And the 65 to 69 age group boat from Latvia is Jevgenis Blazovic and Juric Kopasovs. These seaboats tracking away at speed. Spaniards starting strongly. So do the Germans, Muhlenkamp and Voskul, who are in the blue boat on your screen at the moment. And to the front go the Spaniards, Julian Serrano and Enrique Miguez. Powerful showing from the Spaniards in the white C2. Pull themselves right back up onto the wave. This could be a good contest to follow. Seaboats are really interesting boats to follow in a marathon race. Anybody who's raced in a seaboat, first of all, after the initial trauma of trying to balance in that thing on one knee and on, it's a tricky boat to balance. But even more importantly, whether you're paddling a C1 or a C2, the art of turning that boat by rolling it onto one of the edges of the boat is really not easy to master. So when you see them take off around and just effortlessly turn around that elbow turn can, you need to know that they have spent an awful lot of time in those seaboats and mastered the skill. Let's go back to the front here. And there is a relentless pace being shown at the front here. Dens Nissen and Jesper Mikkelsen in the white boat, trying to set the pace. 5 is not a round number when it comes to marathon racing. There's always going to be somebody scratching on a slightly weaker outside wave. But it's the Danes who are looking very comfortable. Powerful start from Nissen and Mikkelsen. Just a reminder once again to all the medal winners from the morning session, you are about to go into your medal ceremony. So please would you present yourselves now to the holding area. Holding area for the medal ceremony is the white tent alongside the portage area. All the medal winners from the morning session, we're about to commence your medal ceremonies. So please could you come down to the holding area. Team GB's Julian Abelana and Edgar Boom sitting on the left wave. Sitting on the right wave of the Portuguese Rui Magalhães and Felipe Pereira. That fifth boat is gradually dropping back. The Germans Tim Keller and Ronnie Denner. Antonio De Sena and Stefano Russo are in there as well. The group on screen at the moment being led by the Spaniards Santiago Cruz and Jesus Rodriguez. They've got the Danes, Hittel and Atarovsky on their left. And the South Africans, Waldo van der Linde and Ernest van Riet on their right. So down to the bottom of the turn can. This has been quick. This front group is really applying serious gas on the first lap. First lap is a full lap for these guys. They're racing 5 laps, 4 of them with portages, so this first one will be completed. Jensen Nissen, Jesper Mikkelsen leading the bunch. Magalhães Pereira from Portugal on their right. Abelano and Boom. Polisolo and Bortolotto coming past at the end of their first lap. Serious intent from the mixed crew of Hassan Awad and Pablo Zamora as they come past the start-finish area. So this will be a full lap without a portage. And then the fans that are seated watching pensively from the grandstand here alongside Lake Gels will be able to see them come through the portage zones as things hot up a little bit. So as we watch the field coming through, I just hope
it must be hard when I just hope he enjoys it. Yeah.
I don't care where he comes. I just hope it's a good experience. If he lands up getting the Helen because the boat's leaning or it's twitching, then it'll just be a crap experience. Yeah. We don't want that. He actually
I had a good chat. We had a nice hour this morning together.
Funny, he said to me this morning when we were chatting, he just said, Channel 4. You know, I've never won a bronze. Channel 1.
Yeah.
Every medal I won is either gold, silver, or nothing. Yeah. He says, I've never won a bronze. He's got this funny feeling that they're going to get it. I mean, it sounds like we put the pox on him. He's not going to win. So, big bunches gathered on the water as the Masters K2 groups power their way onto their second lap here at Lake Gels. the Spanish crew of Ulysses Aranda and Bernardo Sanchez, who are pulling that big bunch. Includes Matthew Ballenden and Peter Engelbrecht.
This is the third race here, yeah. So they'll be back there. So you've got in the front, you've got 519 leading.
So Aranda and Sanchez leading the race for the men's 45 to 49.
512, 549, 517, 520.
In that bunch, you will also find Neftali Paraje of Spain with his partner Adolfo Monteguido. Owen Smits of Belgium and his partner Aaron Verducht are also tucked into that bunch as well. You'll find another boat from Spain in Ricardo Otero and Alberto Lumbreras. And also there's the Danish crew of Anders Sorensen and Peter Anderson, all locked into that front bunch in the men's 45 to 49. And you can see they are gunning it around those boys. There's no quarter being asked or given in this group. And Ulysses Aranda and Bernardo Sanchez are really asserting themselves. One boat can stay with them right now, and it's their fellow Spaniards, Neftali Paraje and Adolfo Monteguido. So it's Spain 1, 2, and 3.
Is it 4-8 or 4-9? Yeah. You got 5-4-8. It's the green boat.
Peter Engelbrecht and Matthew Ballenden from South Africa, working hard to try and stay with the Spanish breakaway at the front. So Spain, 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 South Africa. The Czech crew of Robert Budinsky and Michael Mehut trying to bridge to join the chasing group. Same thing is on the agenda for Sweden's Thomas Krantz and Henrik Folkson.
Okay, so now we should be getting Ivan's groups coming into picture. So what's the fast boat in there one? I think these boys were in it, weren't they?
So this is the bulk of the men's 50 to 54 year age group in action. In boat 516, you'll see the crew of Vadim Lawrence and Gary Wade. Gary Wade, originally from South Africa, relocated to Canada 20-odd years ago. And on the far side, you'll see the race for the men's 55 to 59 coming into shot. That's Gary Wade and Vadim Lawrence in shot on the left-hand side of your screens in the red shirts representing Team Canada. Gary, a slalom Olympian from the Barcelona Olympics. Hasn't paddled for years, been very involved with triathlon more than anything else. Got back into a boat, and for a man who's paddled prolifically in his career, he's now at his first World Champs, and very, very excited about that. The Danish crew of Vahan Vardanyan and Hendrik Vedel just leading that group. As we cast our eyes to the turn can, and now let's focus on what's happening in the 55 to 59 year age group. Claudio Bazzini and Vadim Batenko starting very strongly.
What's the second boat there?
Two boat chasing bunch, and another third boat chasing bunch. You'll find Ivan Laura and Lance Koch in that group, being chased down by Sten Poulsen and Klaus Thompson of Denmark. But the 55 to 59-year age group is very strung out, being led at this stage by Italy's Claudio Bassini and Vadim Batenko. Once again, an urgent final call for all the athletes involved for the medal ceremony from the morning session. It is just about to get underway. You need to present yourself to the medal ceremony holding area, please, so that that medal ceremony can get underway as quickly as possible.
British ladies, K2, Emma Watts and Gina Mullick.
An urgent Do you want me to use that? Two-thirds. So just a quick appeal for two athletes to present themselves to the ITO's caravan, please. It's about 491 representing Team GB, Emma Watts and Gina Mollick. Please could you present yourselves to the race officials in the ITO's tent. Boat 491, Team GB, Emma Watts, Gina Mollick. Please could you come and see the officials? Thank you.
Here's the overview. So we will start.
And where's the list of who's doing the presentations? Where's he?
Casper.
He's doing all of them.
Yeah, exactly. So we start with this race.
77, where's 65?
That's next.
We surely do that first, eh?
Yeah, we start with the 7 to 74. This one.
Do you want to start with that
Yes,
one?
we start with
Okay.
that one. And these three races are out.
Okay, so
So
then
no
it's
ceremony
women's,
And they are in order after this.
50, 55. Looks good. Okay. So the C2 race turning out to be a battle of the giants. This is going to be fantastic to watch evolve. Stroke rate has deepened and lengthened as they head on to the second lap, but it's relentless. We're just about to focus our attention on the medal ceremony from the morning session. We can honor the athletes that have excelled in their age groups. So if you are in the area of the podium or if you're expecting somebody to get a medal, we're about to embark on those medal ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with the medal ceremony for the men's K2 70 to 74. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the men's K2 70 to 74. These medals will be presented by Casper Rasmussen, the Manager of Sport and Leisure for the Virgin Municipality. The bronze medal, representing Denmark, Hans Pape and Leif Christensen. The silver medal goes to Egbert Gadde and Finn Larsen. And your gold medal and the world champions from Norway, Olaf Soyland and Einar Kershaw.
I will play 5 to 6 seconds outro, so then they know that we'll leave the podium and we'll begin with the next one.
They have really quick. Yeah. This is a good race. This. Abelanis and Edgar Boom. We now move to the medal ceremony for the men's K2 65 to 69. They're 35 to 39. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the men's K2 65 to 69. These medals will be presented by Casper Rasmussen, the Manager for Sport and Leisure at the Virgin Municipality. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Angel Somoano and Domingo Falagan. The silver medal, representing Norway, Einar Rasmussen and Gunnar Ramoy. Your gold medal and the world champions, representing South Africa, Colin Simpkins and Chris Visser. Congratulations to the medalists in that age group. The next medal ceremony will be for the women's K2 45 to 49. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the women's K2 45 to 49. Once again, these medals will be presented by Casper Rasmussen, the manager for sport and leisure in this Vision municipality. The bronze medal goes to the crew from Denmark, Anna Lokkegaard and Jonne Jaslund. The silver medal to the crew of Monica Duk and Victoria Bobras. And the gold medal, the world champions, Anke Trilling and Susanne Lutzner.
So pleased for Suzanne.
Excuse me?
I'm so pleased for Suzanne. Wonderful lady.
Yeah.
And she was disappointed to get third yesterday.
Okay.
This is very
Yeah.
good for her. It's the one you've got a soft spot for. She's a champ. She does some incredibly tough stuff.
Congratulations to the women's K2 45 to 49. The next medal ceremony will be for the women's K2 50 to 54.
Lost track of all the other stuff. Please try and keep an eye on what's going on, because I haven't even been watching it. We can afford, in an hour 45 race, we can afford to ignore half an hour while we do this shit. It's a great venue, this, you know.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's really
Where's
good.
the top turn? You can just see it.
So it's an elbow course. You go here and then you throw it
Yeah,
left, so
yeah.
it's around the corner. I mean, that's
No,
why
it's
they're
not
all.
far around the corner though, is it?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the women's K2 50 to 54. Once again, on duty to hand over the medals is Casper Rasmussen, the manager for sport and leisure in the Vision municipality. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Blanca Arroyo and Ines Ramo. The silver medal, representing Denmark, Jette Bylum and Pernille Stanum. And the gold medal, and the world champions from Denmark, Christina Scales and Jeanette Knudsen.
So bad you need a camera from the
Yeah,
front.
yeah. I told them yesterday.
Two more.
Yes, but I'm certain about the last one because there's only two I will ask. But we have this one. Sure.
You can see their backside. It's alright for the women, not for the men's race.
Yeah. Not if the women will be that pleased. Having their asses flashed at the women.
Congratulations. The next medal ceremony will be for the women's K2 55 to 59.
What are they using to stream here? YouTube or
YouTube. Yesterday into those YouTube.
Yeah, not that recast thing. That's
Recast
terrible.
starts.
When does that start?
Så vi har kun én ceremoni.
The minute we get
Really
to
bad. I wrote to Ross because I used to chair the ICF Athletes Committee. I was on the board of the ICF, yeah, and then on the exec. But so I messaged Ross and said, "It's terrible."
Ucast is a really is. The hate. I mean, if you look through the comments here, people are already saying thanks for the YouTube footage. Please don't bring back Ucast and stop sharing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the women's K2 55 to 59. Once again, handing over the medals is Casper Rasmussen, the manager, sport and leisure at the Vejen municipality. The bronze medal, representing Denmark, Johanna Nielsen and Cornelia Moller.
I didn't see it. So this is the last one.
The silver medal, representing Denmark, Karen Bull and Jutta Kolshoj. And your gold medal and the world champions, completing a clean sweep for Denmark, Ulla Stewart, Hella Stewart.
That's it, eh?
Vi runder af efter den.
Congratulations. And our thanks to Casper Rasmussen for being on duty for the medal ceremonies. Clean sweep for Denmark, 1, 2, 3 in the category for K2 women 55 to 59. We can cast our attention back onto Lake Gels now and pick up the action midway through the K2 races for the men and the women and the C2s that are on the river, on the dam at the moment.
This one for the next.
The weather clouding over here at Lake Gels, the wind fortunately staying at bay. And at the jetty takeout, there is a huge bunch of paddlers coming in, and it's a mix of the C2 race and the K2s. So there's going to be a full portage on the grass as these boats come off the jetty. Portage cam giving an idea of just how busy that jetty is at the moment. They come down onto the grass. Julian Serrano and Enrique Miguez of Spain. Locked in that mouth-watering duel. And that's Simos Cabal and Mateusz Reinowitz representing Poland, going strongly as well. Quick empty of the boat before they put it in. Take some strength to hoist that C2 single-handedly over your head as you're still running down. It's a good put in from the poles, and they are back underway. Marcelino Casabello of Spain with Pedro Arreal in the green C2 pulling away. No room for the faint-hearted here. Julian Serrano and Enrique Miguez immediately tucking in alongside them. Simon Sebal, who's actually in the 35 to 39 age group, with his partner Tomislav Juric. at least Mateusz Reinkiewicz. Those boats moving around somewhat as they jostle for position. Drone giving us a great perspective on what is going on in this C2 race. And C2s and K2s now blending into one as the race now heads on to lap 3 for most of these races.
He's racing. He's racing. They weren't that happy about the boat yesterday. I was sitting in the back. I see he's not driving.
So some of the people that we didn't announce will go up, just take some pictures on the podium. So
Do we announce him?
no, nothing.
Okay.
They just want some pictures.
So I'm joined at the commentary position by Colin Simpkins, fresh from his gold medal winning exploit. Did see one of your, I'm going to call him a friend, but one of your acquaintances who was following the race from back home, posting a comment saying, Colin Simpkins taking up the pull, that's unusual.
Yeah, it's not a place that I traditionally like to find myself, but sometimes it's forced upon you.
It was an interesting race because we looked at that Rasmussen boat and there's a lot of pedigree there, and there was a lot of trying to assert yourself. The two of you in particular, the Spaniards were hanging on for dear life off the back, but it was an interesting race to watch unfold.
Yeah, well, fairly early on in the race, we realized that we were sort of pretty dominant in the group, and we just didn't want a big group to form, and accidents happen, someone drives into a puddle and that. So we just did enough to keep the people away and saved it for the end.
Yeah, look, a nice result for the team. Give me an assessment of this Lake Gels layout. I mean, the infrastructure that's been put in place by the Hoats, the Danish Federation, seems exceptional, but it looks like a great venue, great fair racing venue.
No, it's absolutely superb. And there's deep water all the way around. There's no weed floating in the lake. We've been very fortunate. Both early mornings we've had fantastic conditions with no wind and no chop. Yeah, and the effort that the local organisers have put in has been absolutely fantastic.
So you have added a goal to the medal swag as a Masters. Just give us a perspective of how important that is for the team, because some of your elites, and you've got world champions hoping to defend titles, they're sitting in the stands watching and cheering. From a team perspective, it really helps to have a solid result in the bag from the Masters.
Oh, it's always good. I mean, the Masters is a lot of fun. I don't think people take it too seriously. But it's great for team spirit to see that South Africa's they're still up there with the best of them in the various age groups. So yeah, it was nice to pull it off.
Okay, you've got to wear a lot of hats. You're now sitting on the jury for the remainder of the competition.
Yes, hopefully I won't be called upon to because if the jury gets called into action, it means that there's controversy. So things have gone really well up to now, and let's hope it stays that way.
Just wondering if your race had involved a protest, and you might well have protested if you'd been sent to the naughty chair for 15 minutes, you would have had to recuse yourself from jury duty.
No, I would have stuck to my guns and just pronounced myself not guilty.
As he does. The world according to Colin Simpkins. Copper, thanks for the time. Well done. There will be a raucous celebration somewhere in Gels tonight. I can guarantee you that. You'll probably be able to spot it from Mars. Right, time to catch up with some of the developments in the various races that are underway at the moment. There's a particularly hot race developing in the 35 to 39-year age group. That was involving Jens Nissen and Jesper Mikkelsen, the Danes, along with Johan Alderlanoth and Edgar Boom from GB. A lot of people from South Africa were claiming the GB Edgar Boom K1 medal as a South African medal. He's born and raised there. Tim Keller and Ronnie Denner. Give me a number there, Copper. Which one? Over there. Coming into the portage. Johan Brecker and Anders Andersen. Ulysses Arantxa and Bernardo Sanchez leading the group into the portage. This is the 45 to 49-year race. And it is still wide open. This is a really hot contest. Portage cam now suddenly empty as they come charging onto the grass section. Davidas Sanikas and Vaidas Lintevikas running their portage hard. Probably better if it stays down there. Thanks, Groovy, for the comments on the stream. Desperately trying to give you updates on what is happening in all the races as they come through the start-finish area at the conclusion of all our medal ceremonies. Fully mindful of that. You will notice that come the start of the elite rates on Thursday, we will have GPS trackers on all of the boats. So you will be able to access, as a drop-in on the live stream, GPS updates on where everybody is at any stage, no matter which boat we're focusing on screen. And you will be able to access that GPS tracker separately if you need to as well. Please keep the comments coming, and as I said, even those cheers and words of encouragement for paddlers from your nation, those get gratefully appreciated by the paddlers while they're sitting having a cool drink after the race and scrolling through the YouTube comments. Bruno Seiferman and Martin Paganotto running the portage hard in the colors of Argentina. Meanwhile, on screen, fast-paced bunch coming around the bottom turn can. At the front of this group, Mark Rasmussen and Klaus Rohrhaug. Onto the portage they come. Brecker and Anderson running it hard. The length of this portage here at Lake Gels really making it easy for a whole bunch of K2s to get into the portage and have an unhindered access to the run. Mark Rasmussen and Klaus Rohrhaug piling through the portage. Suzanne Lutzner, if you want to come and join us up in the commentary tower here, that'd be cool to see you here. Bring your medal. Okay. Then I've got you up next. Eh?
I want to clash the style with the lady, you know what I mean? I've got to go classification and stuff. I might see you tomorrow. Unless you want a quick couple of minutes.
Let's chat now. Yeah. So in the men's 55 to 59-year age group, there's been so much interest expressed in the cross-nation crew of Lars Koch and Ivan Lawler. Ivan's voice will be familiar to regular users of the live stream and those of you that have been forced to listen to us on the commentary on the PA here at the finish. Combination of two former world champions, double world champion in Lars and a 5 times world champion in Ivan. They both raced each other. Ivan is now since on... So much has happened to Ivan. He's been a president of GB Canoeing. He's now an MBE in his own right. Elmbridge is so passionate to him. It's his home club in the UK. Lucky enough to be joined by one of his colleagues and friends sitting watching Ivan racing again. I want you to introduce yourself to the mob, won't you?
Hi, I'm Tim Lodge. I'm one of the para-canoe athletes out here in Denmark. Looking forward to racing on Friday. Yeah, a good friend of Ivan. Been lucky to have been... coached by him over the last really sort of 4 or 5 years, yeah.
You know Ivan well enough to know how unusual this race is for him.
Yeah, I think when you've been at the top of the sport like Ivan has for so many years at that level, that to come back after a big break, you can't help but think that you're back where you were 20 years ago, racing for the World Championships.
He made no bones about the fact that that competitive flame is still there. It's never going to go out. He doesn't quite know how much he wants to stoke this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, he just loves the sport. You know, he gives so much to the sport. I think, you know, he was very nervous when we were chatting this morning, but yeah, I mean, he just loves the sport at heart. But I think it's probably hard to split the two.
The worst thing for somebody like both Lars and Ivan, world champions in their own right, and they were dominant in the late 80s and early 90s, is this pressure of expectation, which, if you think about it, is completely unfair.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I was walking along with him this morning, and every single person that we walked past said to him, "What time are you racing? When you on?" So it was almost like a comedy sketch. We were just walking along, and literally every single person. So yeah, I mean, the pressure on somebody like that when you've been at the peak of your sport, to come back after, you know, not racing in this environment for that amount of time is, yeah, it's a big thing, isn't it?
Give me a description of Ivan as a coach.
Honest. Yeah, he's incredible. You know, I'm very lucky. I asked him about 5 years ago if he'd help me, and yeah, he's how can I put it? I think the best way to describe it is he leaves me to find out what I need to improve on, but guides me along the way. So, being very honest in his opinion really helps you find that. Technically, I've not worked with anyone better in terms of me being able to get the boat moving freely, and connecting with the water. And also, I think the other thing that he's taught me really is to be comfortable in the pain. You know, in that area of pain that you get to when you're at, you know, your maximum capacity.
In terms of being a role model with his achievement and his passion for the game and his ability to extract the best from an individual, you couldn't have lucked in with a better mentor for your paddling.
No, I think he's just an incredible human being. You know, he's a great bloke. As simple as that. You know, obviously all the canoeing stuff we've all seen. We're lucky enough to have him commentating and imparting his knowledge on us all. But you know, as a bloke, he's a really, really cool guy, and you know exactly what you're going to get, but you know, incredibly supportive and understanding as well. So yeah.
He does cop a bit of flack for being very outspoken. He picks his issues and he says it like it is, for which I think we need to cut him a bit of slack and a bit of respect.
Yeah, well, they're the easiest people to deal with, aren't they? The people that you know where they're coming from, and you know, as I said, really, the one thing that I would say about Ivan is complete honesty. So, at his heart, he loves this sport. You know, it's given him so much. He's got a great group of kids and juniors down at Elmbridge at the moment, and what they've done with the club down there is fantastic. There's a really good buzz about the place. There's a junior lad. A couple of juniors racing in the boys K2 junior on Friday. I remember when they were a lot smaller than they are now, and just enjoying canoeing, and now they're coming to Denmark. So, yeah, you know, he's just a great guy at a great canoe club. And from my perspective, from the para canoe, which is always, you know, in a lot of cases set aside from a lot of the main racing, Ivan's, you know, really helped it from my perspective to feel completely included in all of his training sessions with me and with other athletes. So
now, I am really excited, one, that we've got para included in the program for tomorrow, and it's going to be included in the live stream. How important is it for you guys as Paras paddlers to be bolted onto this and to get your equal share in the limelight?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, it's always been focused around the 200 metres and the Paralympics, which was great. It was the way the sport started. But certainly from an inclusion perspective at club level, the majority of clubs, certainly in the UK, focus on longer distances and club group sessions. And coming to a competition like this gives the you know, the drive to then be able to train harder in groups at club level and then come here and race on the world stage is fantastic. So we're a little bit short on numbers this time round because of Duisburg last week, and there's a World Cup event this weekend in Paris. So a lot of the para athletes are all there. But yeah, it's great. I mean, I love the sport. With somebody with a disability, canoeing's probably the best sport in the world to give you freedom in terms of movement and exercise. You know, there isn't really anything, probably just aside to rowing. You know, if you look at hand biking, you know, obviously running's out of the question. There isn't really many sports that will give you the freedom that canoeing does, and showcasing it on the world stage here is the best opportunity to really demonstrate and get more people with physical limitations on the water.
Well, that's all happening tomorrow. I know there's going to be a crowd coming down to watch you. I think everybody brings a different story, a different backstory into the event. But here's an unusual question for me to throw to you. Yeah. What are you expecting out of the event tomorrow? We don't understand everybody's backstory, and we will see you on the water for, you know, a relatively short period of time. What are you guys expecting to get out of it?
It's just, I mean, from my perspective, I'm racing on Friday. The best feeling for me when you're racing is, obviously the finish line's good, but being on that start line's incredible. I love that feeling. I think in terms of expectations, you just want to enjoy being on the water. I think as para athletes, the backstories, they are all incredibly interesting. There's some fantastic stories of people that have, you know, pushed against adversity to be able to compete at this level. The training for somebody with physical limitations is a little bit harder because, and the majority of athletes, I think the one thing that a lot of people don't notice is people with disabilities tend to live in some sort of form of pain or discomfort constantly, and their ability to be able to continually train with this is something that's really credible, I think, and something that certainly from my perspective is a real victory for me every day when I finish training sessions. Is every single time I get in that boat, you feel equal to everybody else, and you're doing something that you potentially couldn't be unless you'd found the love of this great sport. So,
one last question for you, because tomorrow is as much exposing para paddling to the audience that's going to be watching it. A lot of people don't understand how it is categorized. I mean, we're going to see a whole bunch of races with, and we're seeing an alphabet super letters. A lot of people honestly don't understand it. So step one is to educate them on how that categorization works.
Yeah, so but I'm by no means an expert. So Diego, who's head of the classification here, I hope you're not listening. But my understanding of it simply is that there's 3 classifications in the Paralympic event at the moment: KL1, KL2, KL3. The easiest way to understand it is, from my perspective, is it's all based on a range of movement, basically, and limb movement. So KL1, if you like, being the most limited, to KL3 being the least limited. Okay. And that's the easiest way to explain it. The one great thing that they're doing at this race in Denmark is they've also got an open category, which is for non-Paralympic classified classes, so everybody that falls outside. So you would have seen, if you looked at Duisburg last week, there were visually impaired athletes racing, which was incredible. They're in multi-purpose K2 boats with sort of club paddlers in the front, and they were behind, and it was really exciting and, you know, real fantastic. So this time they're giving it at Worlds for non-Paralympic classifiable athletes to have a race tomorrow in the open category. But the KL1, KL2, KL3 is, if you like, the least physically limited is KL3, and then it goes up from that.
We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to, I hope your race goes well. I think we will sense the sense of accomplishment and achievement when you get there. So really appreciate the time. Gratefully appreciate it. So let's keep an eye back on the water as we have a look of the C2 race as it's evolving. Simon Sibal and Mateusz Rankiewicz in the colors of Poland, as they have been the dominant force in this race, forcing boats to dig deep around them. Marcelinos Kakabelos And Pedro Ariel is in the 50 to 54 age group, going really nicely.
I won't be around tomorrow, but
Okay. If you do see Diego, tell him he needs to come and chat to me tomorrow if that's possible before we start, so we can understand. Have you? Sweet. I am super excited to be joined in the commentary box. There's a glare of gold. There's just a glare of gold around here. I just see gold medal glare all the way around me. As Suzanne Lutzner from the host country, Denmark, she's got a smile like the cat that's found the cream right now. You must feel good.
I feel very, very good, yeah.
As an athlete, I know you were up on the podium getting your bronze medal yesterday. This is going to be a very special part in your collection, because tell me how it got to a place where you were paddling with your German partner.
That was quite a journey, because my Danish K2 partner, she got injured. And I wanted to race all the three, the K1, the K2 lady, and the K2 mix. And so I started searching, and there are not many ladies available. And then I went to Finland to paddle the sprints. And I saw Anke, and she was really, really good. So I took the shot and asked her, and she said yes.
How much time did you spend in the boat together before this race?
The boat, we borrowed it 2 days ago, and we spent 10 minutes.
I am astounded, because that boat, by the end of the race, was really purring.
It was, yeah, but it was a borrowed boat, and we didn't have a pump, so we had to empty during the portage. So it was quite a shame, but yeah, still gold.
I want to ask you, as a Danish paddler now, looking around at Lake Jels, and what a great event has been rolled out by the Federation, you must feel proud to have the world come to Denmark this year.
I am super proud, and I'm super proud of the race organization and all the volunteers. It's been amazing.
The people of Denmark have also shown us what the local hospitality is about, just here in the Virgin municipality and the town of Jels, and everybody has just been so warm and hospitable.
Yeah, I'm actually staying at a woman who's 82 years old, and she did not expect to have people staying at her place, but somebody said everybody needs to step in, so we're there, and she's so open and gave me breakfast, and yeah, it's been amazing.
World champion Suzanne Lutzner, congratulations! Nice to have you up in the commentary box.
Good luck for your race now. And we'll see you. Do you have time tomorrow, or should we wait a bit to talk? I'll see you at the Masters party.
When is that? Tonight?
That's tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be there, definitely. Okay.
Right, good to see you.
See you later.
Yeah. And are you coming to Copenhagen or not?
No.
I know. I so much want to host you.
I'm sorry. I mean, my plan was to fly to Copenhagen.
Yeah, I
and see
know.
you guys.
Yeah.
They insisted that I fly to Berlin, so...
But yeah,
We'll do it again
27, we're back in Denmark.
Okay.
We
Deal. And I'm sleeping on the bed in your house.
Yeah, you should. I had one South African staying at my place. What was his name? You know his name. I just forgot his name.
Well, I don't know who it is. So.
Your partner. Yeah. Chris.
4 boats at the front in the K2 race that is now heading towards the sharp end of the race. We'll use our eyes and ears to try and give you an assessment of what is going on in those various races. Big Spanish contingent asserting themselves. Such a great paddling culture in Spain. Home of arguably the world's most famous river race in the Sella descent. And Spain has produced an incredible heritage of world-class paddlers. Continues to this day. Wonderful aerial shot from the drone of the paddlers going up around that elbow course to the turn at the top of Lake Jels. The Royal Oak Golf Course on your left-hand side, and the Jutland landscape in the background. Weather conditions really playing ball. Our drone pans up on cue to give you a sense that the clouds that are hanging in the distance are not producing the rain. It's warm, it's sunny, the wind is staying away. Ideal for marathon racing. The colours of France represented in the three-boat bunch pulling away. So good to get time with the para-athletes that are preparing for their appearance here at Lake Gels later in the week. Just a reminder that that is going to be included in the live stream. And for any marathon fan that's watching this action, as the bunch of four heads into the portage takeout, Malcolm Banks and Johan Dahl leading the group into the portage takeout. Brian Fredrickson and Per Hall in there in the Danish colours. Sigitas Bolokas and Werner Semokas also in this bunch racing. And a bunch of boats come pouring in, including Germany's Michael Freund, Jens Hellmann, Michael Freund and Jens Hellmann in the red K2. Putting in neatly, but they find themselves at the back of this group, so they're going to have to burn some matches to get back onto the group as they head up to the top end of Lake Gels. Thanks, Elton, for the comments coming in on the live stream. Do our best to get you there. Thanks, Jeff Horson, for your comment. That's a very cool idea. We'll pass it on to our production team. Jeff suggesting we get some sound effects mics down on the portage. Good time to put it in now. We couldn't have done it while Colin Simpkins is there. The air would have been blue and we would have had to change the PG rating of the broadcast. So now that he's finished his racing, we can put a microphone down on the jetty. You'll hear the thudding of feet as, well, assuming they're being run. There we are. Now that they are being run, you can hear the thudding of feet, the sound of seats moving in the bottom of the boat. It will definitely add to the atmosphere. And what you will pick up if you manage to get microphones in the portage area is the vibe that is added by the spectators. The noise as the paddlers come through the portage area really is a real asset to the event, and the paddlers love it. Tony Benshop and Giuseppe Canoe claiming it in front of the crowd as they go through the portage. This is Stian Paulson and Klaus Thompson leading the bunch away. Danish paddlers making up a significant percentage of this entry for the Masters events, both the K1 and the K2. As you would expect from the host nation, but they've certainly shown the depth and intensity of paddling in the Danish ranks through their entry. If you get down to Lake Gels early in the morning, you'll find a typical autumn mist hanging over the lake as the elite paddlers, some of the biggest names in the game, will, without audience or any announcement, be seen running the portages, paddling around the turn cans, just getting familiar with the course. They've got official training times, but a lot of them will choose to get here early mornings and late evenings. Makes a surreal scene to see some of the icons of the current game in the silence of the early morning and the mist here at Lake Gels, just getting to grips with what this course has to offer. Mikkel van den Berg and Leon Beers from the Netherlands running through the grass. You see them on the drone shot on your live stream right now as they come down to the beach put-in. No urgency for them. They're not being hounded by anybody behind them. Meanwhile, behind them, the GBR team of Simon Durm and Onno Bokhove will be arriving at the beach portage just after the Dutchmen have set sail in their full carbon K2. Well, some drama on the portage as a boat gets dropped as it's extracted from the water. And the danger there, of course, is that your rudder is going to get caught against the wooden jetty. It's good news, though. There doesn't seem to be any material damage to the boat. That's the Danish crew of Jeppe Glensner and Peter Jensen. So we'll see when they put that boat back in whether that rudder is functioning normally. They seem to be happy with it. Into the boat they go, the orange and black boat. Rectilinear propagation as they take off. That says to me that the rudder is absolutely fine. So a sigh of relief from them.
Can you show me some numbers as they come to the takeoff and I can get them to the portage? Wobbly boat numbers.
Italy's crew of Antonio De Sena and Stefano Russo running through the portage now. That's in the men's 35 to 39.
It's wobbling.
The GB crew of Callum Urquhart and Mark Batchley jumping out for their portage.
We've had some extremely weird boat numbers, both sides. Don't even come close to corresponding to the start distance. That's horrible.
Callum Urquhart and Mark Batchley running through the portage. Meanwhile, back on the water, on your screen, you'll find the Australian crew of Joachim Cuevas and David Cole. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Somewhere in the world, I know somebody's responding. Good buzz of expectation from Team Australia when it comes to the senior, junior, under 23 racing a little bit later in the week. That all starts on Thursday. And as you can pick up from the aerial drone shot, conditions are pretty much optimal here at Lake Jels. Denmark, being the flat country that it is, means that there's very little shelter offered from arrivals of wind squalls, which are a feature of this area in the autumn season. But down to the line, celebrating on the line, champions in Edgar Boom and Joao Abalanas. So that's another medal for Edgar to take to GB, as we saw in the commentary on social media last night. He'll kind of have to pay a portion as tax to his heritage in South Africa, but it will go technically into the hall of Team GB. Well done, Edgar and John. First of our gold medalists decided. That's the top end of the 35 to 39 year age group.
Yeah, second. On the line now.
And second place is going to go the way of the Danes Jens Nissen and Jesper Mikkelsen. Behind them in the 40 to 44 age group, the Spanish crew of Santiago Cruz and Jesus Rodriguez. Claiming it on the line, your champions in the 40 to 44 age group. Just behind them, the silver's going to go the way of Denmark. Jeppe Glesner and Peter Jensen. Thoroughly enjoying the silver for Denmark. Well done. So a double medal weekend for Edgar Broom. I'm sure that's evidence of long hours spent training in Blighty. The Australian crew of Joachim Cuevas and David Cole putting on an impressive burn as they come down to the line. It's going to get them onto the podium of the men's 40 to 44. The Italian boat of Antonio De Segna and Stefano Russo coming home in the 35 to 39 age group. Obviously happy with the day's work on the water. Thank you. Germany's Tim Keller and Ronnie Denner. Heads down. Maximizing the value of the last few strokes from their Masters Cup. Congratulations, Tim, Ronnie. So that largely shapes the podium for the men's 35 to 39 and 40 to 44 year age groups. So coming into the portage now will be the 45 to 49 year sharp end of the race. David Francis and Kenneth Pedersen of Denmark locked in battle. Being hounded by the Norwegians Johan Brekke and Anders Andersen. Neftali Paraje and Adolfo Monteguido of España in the boat on the left of your screen here. They're busy chasing down, in a different age group, the Danish crew of Soren Hittel and Kiri Atarovsky. A view of the crowd that's watching the last few portages in the Masters K2 racing. Some weary legs getting the boat down to the beach, but as you can see, the race having evolved the way it has, there's no pressure on these two. For many, this is a strange portion of the race. Having targeted appearing at the Masters, at the World Championship, it starts a process of training, logistics, booking flights and accommodation, arranging for boats to get here, building up an expectation for many in far-flung corners of the world, training through the winter, if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, to try and get yourself into shape for the Masters Cup. That is no mean feat. You hear some horrifying stories of people training through miserable wintry conditions, trying to do portage training in ice conditions to be able to get here. And then having finally got on the water and completed 90% of your race, you put your boat down on the water for what you know is going to be the last short lap and the conclusion of a process that has been counted in long mornings, often on your own with a partner, grinding out the training sessions, trying to get yourself into shape to do yourself the best possible credit. And it's all about to come to an end. In 5 minutes' time, that lengthy process will be concluded. You will be a result, you'll be a name on a result sheet. Spain's Ulysses Arrancha and Bernardo Sanchez, been so impressive today. Finishing alongside the mixed nation boat of Hassan Awad and Pablo Zamora. But Ulysses Aranda has really made a mark. And with Bernardo Sanchez, another significant result for Spain. The Danish crew of Soren Hittel and Kiri Atarovsky coming home to finish the 40 to 44 age group. And in the 45 to 49 age group, the other Spanish boat of Neftali Paraje and Adolfo Monteguido, being followed home by the Belgians Erwin Smits and Eric Verduikt. Another 3 boats homing in on the finish line. Klaus Gieris and Thomas Gittner in the 55 to 59 age group. Waldo van der Linde and Ernest van Riet in the 40 to 44 age group. And Italy's Alvis Polisolo and Gabriele Portolotto. In the 45 to 49 age group, Argentina's Bruno Sieversman and Martin Paganotto wrapping up their race. Quick handshake from the front cockpit to the back. Job well done. Thank you, mate. Norway's Johan Brekke and Anders Andersen in the 55 to 59 year age group. Congratulations to you. David Francis and Kenneth Pedersen of Denmark finishing up in the Kevlar boat with the black nose. Lithuania's Devidas Satikas and Vaidas Lintevikius. And in the line, in the chute coming down to the finish, we're going to start adding up the results table in the seaboat races. This is the C2 men 65 to 69. Jevgenis Blazovic and Juric Kopasovs. Representing Latvia. This is Spain's Ricardo Uterio and Alberto Lumbreras in the green and white Nello. Keeping the stroke rate high, keeping the intensity high as they get to the closing stages of their race. Peter Engelbrecht and Matt Ballenden in the green boat, styling down to the finish line to claim a result for South Africa. Just squeaking inside the right-hand buoy. Hopefully we'll avoid the drama we saw yesterday of 2 boats passing outside of the finish line, having to be admonished by an ITO and then having to turn around and go back to go through the finish line correctly. Argentina's Alain Nielsen and Marcelo Feiju enjoying some time on the live stream screen. I just see those colors and I see Lionel Messi. I don't know why. Good solid finish from Nielsen and Feiju. Uterio and Lumbreras finishing. Mark Rasmussen and Klaus Rohrhaug. Argentina's Nielsen and Feiju getting down to the line. Sweden's Thomas Krantz and Henrik Folkson. Denmark's Vahan Vardanyan and Henrik Vedel. Gary Wade and Vadim Lawrence clocking a finish for Canada. Well done, Gary. Well done, Vadim. Giuseppe Fuso and Francesco Vasquez in the men's 60 to 64 age group. Italy's crew of Claudio Bazzini and Vadim Batenko. They're racing in the 55 to 59 age group. Super strong day from the Italian crew today. Mark Banks and Johan Dahl at the front of this group that you're seeing on screen. Sitting on their wave is Sigitas Bulovas and Werner Semokas. The Czech Republic's Robert Budinsky and Michael Mehout making up the back of that group. And there is a large flotilla of K2s coming down to the finish line. And no matter how the body starts telling you that it's not that willing, when you sense you're coming down to the finish line and wrap up your last small lap, you somehow find that extra energy reserve, knowing that it's probably going to be no more than 30 seconds. You see the stroke rate coming up. Somebody appears on your peripheral vision and looks like they're going to steal your thunder on the finish line, and you'll have nothing of that. So exactly like these guys in the yellow shirt are doing. They are not going to be trumped on the finish line, so you just fire the afterburner. That afterburner has been well hidden for years, but now is the time to ignite it. Cough, 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 it splutters into life, and now it's firing. 568, 569. Sigitas Bulovas and Werner Semokas, along with Malcolm Banks and Johan Dahl.
518.
The Czech Republic's Budinsky and Mehout.
468, 572.
Francis Parizot and Thomas Zastera.
The last one was 571. Followed by 460.
Denmark's Brian Fredriksson and Per Hol finishing up in that Kevlar boat.
560.
And in boat 546, you'll find the French crew of Sébastien Roche and Bertrand Brand.
Give me the red boat copy. 548. Oh, this one coming in, sorry.
Germany's Michael Freund and Jens Hellman. Welcome home. Congratulations.
I don't know who's who. I haven't been following. I'll get a name call if I make the podium, we'll call them. Simple as that.
So K2 racing later this afternoon for those in the mixed double category. And a couple of, in fact, a considerable number of athletes that are racing now or raced the morning session who are going to be jumping back in the boat for another haul this afternoon. So you will certainly have earned your baked beans and toast for supper tonight.
You're the only one that could wear the push-up bra, so.
Kiwi paddlers getting on the water as we look to wrap up the last of the Masters K2 races. There's going to be an opportunity for the elites to get onto the course. And for many of the elites, it's been a really busy competitive calendar over the last couple of weeks. But in this process, there's a process of rest and tapering that you've got to try and manage. But the nerves are saying, please can't we just get out there and paddle? Nothing settles the nerves better than a couple of minutes out on the water. So you'll find that some of the elites will actually come out several times a day and just do a gentle lap just to try and keep the nerves at bay and keep themselves focused. Tony Benchop and Giuseppe Canoe in the white K2. Timing still looking solid, grooved. A significant number of the boats that are racing today are actually from mixed nations. It's another one of those flexible adjustments that the rule makers and the marathon committee have allowed at the World Cups and the World Championships. It's a great call. Benchop and Canoe in the sight of our drone as they come down to the finish line. Boats that are all cutting across the lane are, of course, boats that have finished their race, so they're heading back to the team areas. Some of them to rest before they race K2s in the afternoon. And some of them are going to put their feet up and find a cream soda. Benchop and Canoe, great aerial shot of them as they come down to the finish line. Johan, Tony, well done. Welcome home. If we had to present a gold medal for enthusiasm on the YouTube column, YouTube comments gold medalist, without a doubt, goes to Groovy. I think he's a GB supporter. Certainly been revving GP on along the way, but Groovy, thanks for the enthusiasm. Your mates enjoy it. If you'd like to stand up Groovy does like a cream soda, he tells me. Maybe Groovy would like to step out of the shadows and identify himself. Just give us a clue about where you're from. Paddler, you're at a club, Groovy? Mikkel van den Berg and Leon Beers of the Netherlands coming down to the finish. They're in the 45 to 49 year age group. And they have kept that full carbon boat purring over at a consistent speed throughout the entire 5 laps and 4 portages of their race. Can feel well pleased with that. So the Spaniards crossing the line to conclude their race. Callum Urquhart and Mark Blatchley from Team GB on screen right now. Looks like an overstern boat that can tell some stories. I think that date of birth, if it's etched on the inside of that boat, will be well in the previous century. These guys are racing in the 50 to 59-year age groups. Just a reminder that the racing resumes at 4 p.m. local time. With all the mixed doubles races. And to give you a heads up, tomorrow's program will include a bunch of para-marathon races. I'm really looking forward to the opportunity of seeing the para-athletes on the water. They're looking forward to the opportunity of showing us what they do and the passion and enthusiasm they have, which mirrors what you're seeing on the water right now. And we're looking forward to learning more about their game, learning more about their stories. Kim Peterson, Holger Jakobsen. Blatchley and Urquhart finishing. Claiming it on the line. Well done, gents. Groovy stepped out of the shadows. Thank you, dude. I'll get you a cream soda, mate. It's part of the Edgar Boom Support Club. Tatiana needs to keep Groovy on a slightly tighter rein, I think. Derek Marshall and Donald Gardner in the white boat on screen. Team GB. Special appeal for two paddlers to come and see our officials on course here, please. The Belgian boat, boat 517, Aaron Smits and Eric Verduykt. Please could you come down to the ITO's office? That's the office behind the big screen at the Portage area here. Special appeal right now, please, to Aaron Smits and Eric Verduykt. Please can you come down and see our ITO officials in their office behind the big screen right now? Gardner and Marshall. The boat crossing the line here will bring down the curtain on our coverage of the K2 and C2 racing of our Masters men and women. Congratulations. As we've said throughout the tournament, every finisher in this competition is a champion in their own right. Donald Gardner, Derek Marshall of Team GB. Chance for our ITOs who've been sitting on course doing their job so diligently to be able to get in, come and catch a bite to eat for lunch, catch their breath, and get ready for the resumption of hostilities when the mixed doubles get onto the water at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks for following us on the live stream. Thank you for all the comments and the enthusiasm. Thank you for raising the issues. We look forward to taking those up a little bit later in the afternoon. And on behalf of the commentary team here at Lake Gels, thanks for your eyes and ears. We'll be back at 4. Well, folks, I trust you're enjoying the lunch break. Remember, the racing is going to be resuming at about 4 o'clock. If you kept an eye on the program, you will see that there is a medal ceremony for this morning's racing scheduled for 2 o'clock. So if you have won a medal in the second morning session, please make sure that you are on standby. If you're aware of a colleague that should be on standby that's maybe left the venue for whatever reason, please get in contact with them. There is a medal ceremony for the second morning session scheduled for 2 o'clock. So please be on standby. If you are ready, you can come down to the mustering tent for the medal ceremony, which is in the white tent, immediately alongside the big screen at the portage area. Right now, the medal ceremony scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a quick heads up. We are about to embark on the medal ceremonies for the second part of the morning session. So if you are in line for a medal, please could you come to the medal ceremony mustering area. That's the white tent immediately alongside the big screen at the portage area. So a minute or two's time. That's how Saskia runs a portage, you see. Nice. So if there's anybody that is still outstanding, please could you get your medal ceremony kit on and present yourselves at the mustering area for the medal ceremony. We will start the first of those medal ceremonies for the second half of the morning session in a few minutes' time.
Dave, your South African comrades are missing. Peter Engelbrecht, have you got a contact from?
And Colin.
Yeah, I don't know what the other guy was.
Peter Engelbrecht and...
Ballanden or something. Was
Matt Ballenden, yeah.
Yeah, do you know where they are?
Colin will find them quickly.
Yeah, just to...
Thank you, buddy.
No worries.
Sorry, they can't be trusted with anything.
Ridiculous, ridiculous.
Engelbrecht and Ballenden from the South African team, you're wanted for the medal ceremony. Please could you leg it down here? And if Colin Simpkins or Ansha Hockley or somebody responsible is within earshot, please can you herd them, the South African crew down here for the medal ceremony? Peter Engelbrecht and Matt Ballenden. Okay, so we're doing Niels Bendix, Chairman of the JOLTS Local Council.
Yes.
EVT, D.
I don't think you need to say that.
So we leave that. Okay. Okay, cool.
Hopefully. There's a lot of races here.
Sure. Are they in order?
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Master David, for the line. Har vi første klasse klar? Vi har første klasse klar. Så vi bare kan gå i gang med nogle af dem.
Before we get into the middle ceremonies, the last call, if you have been involved in any of the races from race 37 onwards, and you are in line for a medal, please can you have both members of your doubles crew ready for the medal ceremony and come down to the marshalling area, the white tent alongside the big screen.
Come on, guys.
There's still a few missing. You might have to hold one or two groups.
Yeah. But tonight it's a very small group. Tonight we only have 3 races, so that's afterwards. But I agree. The time schedule today is not because there's nobody here. Should have done it after the lunch break or something.
Yeah, especially these guys, the masters.
Yeah.
When they finish racing, they're going to party mode. So I can tell you now, most of them are in the nearest bar in Jels. That they will be all having their 4th beer.
Yeah. That I can understand. Add up par klasser, der vil være klar. Og det er... Modtaget.
Starting with that one.
Ja. Vi går i gang nu. Up there for Sarah, and then...
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the medal ceremony for the K2 men 40 to 44.
And we got some banners up now.
It looks good.
Yeah.
All we need is a camera from the front, eh?
It will come. I'll talk to them.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the K2 men 40 to 44. The medals for this ceremony will be presented by Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal representing Australia, Joachim Cuevas and David Cole. The silver medal representing Denmark, Jeppe Glesner and Peter Jensen. Your gold medal and the world champions representing Spain, Santiago Cruz, Jesus Rodriguez. This is the next one.
Yeah. Can I have that?
Sure.
Perfect.
Congratulations. The next medal ceremony is for the K2 men 55 to 59.
Yeah, we are. It's very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the men's K2 55 to 59. Once again, these medals will be presented by Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal, representing Italy, Claudio Bazzini and Vadim Batenko. The silver medal, representing Norway, Johan Brekke and Anders Andersen. And then your gold medal, representing Germany, Klaus Gillis and Thomas Kittner.
This is the next one. Cool. Just one at a time because they're mixing them up. So, sure. Yeah, I'll check that. Yes, so that one. Good idea.
Congratulations. The next medal ceremony is for the K2 men 60 to 64. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the K2 men 60 to 64. Once again, on duty to present the medals is Niels Bendix, the chairman of the GELS Local Council. The bronze medal, Malcolm Banks and Johan Dahl. The silver medal goes to Sigitas Bulovas and Werner Sermokas. And the gold medal and the world champions, Giuseppe Fusso and Francisco Vasquez. Congratulations indeed. The next medal ceremony is for the C2 men 50 to 54. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the C2 men 50 to 54. Once again, presenting the medals is Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal, representing Germany, Peter Mühlenkamp, Thomas Voskel. The silver medal, representing Spain, Marcelino Cacabelos and Pedro Areal. Your gold medals and the world champions, also representing Spain, Julian Serrano and Enrique Miguez. The next medal ceremony is for the K2 men 50 to 54. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the men's K2 50 to 54. Once again, on duty to present the medals is Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal, representing Sweden, Tom Krantz and Henrik Folkson. Your silver medals, representing South Africa, Matthew Ballenden and Pieter Engelbrecht. Your gold medals and the world champions representing Denmark, David Francis and Kenneth Pedersen.
Top one, eh?
Congratulations, gentlemen. The next medal ceremony is for the K2 men 35 to 39. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists in the men's K2 35 to 39. The bronze medals, representing Italy, Antonio De Sena and Stefano Russo. The silver medals, representing Denmark, Jens Nissen and Jesper Mikkelsen. And your gold medals, and the world champions representing Great Britain, Joan Abalanas and Edgar Broom. Congratulations, gentlemen. Our next medal ceremony is for the C2 men 35 to 39. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the men's C2 35 to 39. Still on duty to present the medals is Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal representing Croatia, Vedran Bozic and Tomislav Juric. The silver medals to Roberto Palacios and Tateyuki Kokaji.
Jeg mangler et løb på min liste. Jeg har overhovedet ikke resultatliste.
And your gold medals, the world champions representing Poland, Simon Sebal and Matthias Reinkiewicz. Congratulations. We now move to the medal ceremony for the K2 men 45 to 49. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the men's K2 45 to 49. And once again on duty to present those medals is Niels Bendix, the chairman of the JELS Local Council. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Ricardo Otero and Alberto Lumbreras. The silver medal, representing Spain, Neftali Paraje, Adolfo Monteagudo. And your gold medal and the world champions, also representing Spain, Ulysses Aranda and Bernardo Sanchez. Congratulations, gentlemen. That concludes this mount of medal ceremonies. Relax and enjoy the rest of the afternoon break. The racing will resume at 4 o'clock.
We're getting better and better and better.
Exactly. Did you have some music on your computer?
Yeah.
Or should I just keep playing?
I enjoyed yours. Yours was good.
Okay, I'll just keep playing. So, when you come back at the races, if I'm not here,
Yeah. Which channel are you on?
so just turn down the music.
Is that just your music? And then ours of delete the radio mics.
That's supposed to work. So just turn down music and then music will start.
Perfect. Okay. Hey, where did these things come from? I like it.
Yes,
They're good.
it's like a Danish, very famous bakery thing. They're called romkugle.
What's it called?
Romkugle.
Romkugle.
Rum, like in
Romkugle.
the rum you drink, and then cool is the ball.
Romkugle. I like it.
Yes, exactly.
I'm just going. Can you get these in the shops?
Every bakery in Denmark has them.
Romkugle. Okay, I'm in. I like these a lot.
Yeah. But actually, normally they're quite big. They're bigger.
Oh.
So these are small ones, very small. Normally they're like this.
Okay, I want a real one.
Maybe I can bring you one.
Oh, that'd be exciting, man. I want to eat good Danish food here.
Yeah.
Romkugle.
I will change this.
Yeah, that's getting low.